Okay, I think it's ready now. I'm hoping to some cover cars on power today. I can summon this. Oh, let me get for some food. This cow and kind of saddle the Tower 39er. Look, we'll find them really doing 내가 왔다 미니가 내가 선 스테모 yes, so this is interesting. 네, 친구 많고. New Westland. This is not wrong. Oh, isn't it? No, but the darling can look at it. kumakain ba ng Pinas? Ito pa kung dahil 世界的怪獣。 At least I can try and make some other income. resting arch is all open on a foot card. Yours if I sounds unemployed. But if it keeps going crazy, it'll hit. Click download, like to upgrade his credits. Alright, me myself for 79 credits. I'm gonna be picking the yet to be by first and one debit next and move. My name is Detroit, and I'm royal. I am the renowned for debits and credits. I would debit you. You would like to debit and ticket. You own nothing and license. Direct you will tell you people. 바쁘게 학교팔생 제외. Do we take their credits? We had it. Maybe hunt. It makes me pay for 71 credits. I won't let me set for students credit. It's charging me more, but it's giving me more. What? Wait, what? Says open order. 0. Never shower. Voice toucher? I never try. That's now in reason openness. There's one some words I can reach on. I want $2 for it. I am gonna ask for $2 for it. I'm surprised the contract and turned watch while it's on like 1350 to 16. There. I'll sing you the price strings of it. Fine. I am surprised how much SpaceX is actually in the clock behind it, but it is. Cause give wrecked all the price. You and As well as the magic under myself and myself person gold. And under where I saw the phone. Hello everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. I am a little... Give me a confusing. Mimi this one. look at you and machine. boss. I, I, Loud! Like... I'm trying to straight up. Yeah. I don't know if you heard me earlier. I'm trying to screen out something. Come on. Okay, I do want to show something. If you're interested. Recently, I think you soon. SoFi really lost it. So, I recovered a little bit. I don't know if this is 10% or not. Might not be. But this is, by being 10% down, it's called the SSR. So you'd be like, I'm looking for the SSR balance, but I'm not sure for 14 euros low enough for that. So that's a little interesting they lost. And you being this low is out. It used to be like, coming on, 1,200. That's like a few weeks ago. It's about now. Then I found a video that might explain this. This I do not want to see today. That I do not want to see. If I was gonna enter this, I would not want to see it being down like that. So, what this tells you is your cap is $91 per share. So if you were to buy now, UPS is this thing. UPS, that's fine. Actually, it's not bad, but it's not horrible. Like we won yesterday, Cake is took off as already, so like the report. Board's kind of similar. Lord like its report and it actually went up to 1620 again, which is kind of weird. That's why. 1620 and that. So, if you're sorting it, that's definitely the area. So, I did try to, I did have a resting offer for I sold Kalang, but I think this number hit. What's into doing? As far as doing, yeah, Intel being down again is bad, and I actually found the video checks slowly afterwards. So the issue I have with this video is I'm not sure how to. Well, we can actually put this to a test right now. DRAM, I think. So yeah, I forget what the ticker for this. Yeah, it is DRAM. So this is a memory ETF. So this might give you some insight on as I estimate of like RAM prices. So yeah, it's still going down. It peaked up $81 a share. It's like half that. And I found a video that might explain this. I thought it interesting, but I'm not sure it's the doomsday scenario portrays is it 100% honest. But it is very interesting food for thought that I tend to agree with it. The main reason why I was shying away from technology to begin with, so it might be worth already considering. Back to my channel, please. I hit something on my mouse. I think my one dead. Trying to find my channel. The reason why I'm trying to find my channel is because I want to make sure I can hear myself. Dang it. Just do it. Yeah, I know. I'm looking sad. Thanks to this. What's it? Can I hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Do you wanna watch that video I was explaining? That might give some insights on the declining RAM price stock. Well, not RAM prices commercially. I wish it was dropping more so because it makes my laptops cost so much money. First, I gotta find in my history, I think. I watch this late at night. No, it's history. Dang it, all these shorts I decided to watch when I woke up. Unless it's like yesterday. Seriousness. Well, this is not what I was looking for. They teach you how to decode soft of shorting, which is kind of funny.
I'm gonna give you this iPhone 13, but I want it back in a year, okay? Random, but okay.
If you want it back in a year, I guess I could sell it now for $1,000, and then when Apple inevitably comes out with the iPhone 14, they'll discount this model. I'll buy it back for $600. Thus, I'll profit $400.
Hey, how's it going? Do you have that iPhone 13? Yeah, but to be honest, I sold it the day you gave it to me knowing the price would go down, and then I bought it back again now that it's cheaper. So you borrowed my iPhone, and when it came to returning it, you bought it back for less than what you sold it for, so you made a profit on me. Yeah, I guess. Then you've learned the lesson, my son. What lesson? I just showed you what shorting a stock is. You borrow a share of a stock, and when it comes to returning it, if you can buy it back for less, you make a profit. If not, you'll take a loss. That took a year for you to explain? No, it took about 45 seconds, which is the length of this video. You better follow me now. Jeez. I'm gonna give you this iPhone 13.
It took me 45 seconds to explain me, so that... But yeah, that's the concept of shorting. Basically, you're actually borrowing shares to sell them. think your explanation example was better. What was my example? What's that again? I don't remember how to explain it to you. I thought something similar to that. At least my way didn't take a year, did it? I suppose. If you're talking about what I explained about contracts, it's actually slightly different. So, if you're referring to what I explained what puts are, that's slightly different because it's a contract itself. So, when you actually buy a put to short stocks. Hello, thanks for coming. So when you buy a put to short stocks, you're basically buying an agreement to give you the right to sell the shares. So if you buy a right to sell the shares, you want the price to be lower than the strike price that you want to the premium point. So doing it through options is basically an advanced one, explaining what he explained. I do remember explaining selling shorting two options. What's the difference? So shorting a stock directly is basically what he explained. What I explained was selling contracts. Yeah. You can actually short a stock directly like he explained. But if you do it through puts, the reason why I advise buy a put to short a stock is because if the stock goes crazy and it goes like up 1,000% or something, the money that you're out, the money that you lose is what you bought the put for. Say I bought this put for $200 and the stock never goes to that stock price, I only lose that $200. But if you short this stock directly, like he explained, you're lost your infinity until you buy the product back. So that's a way to limit your risk. That's why I want to buy a put on SpaceX. I'm like, I'm gonna buy a $5,000 put on the doesn't go steep. I was hated though, simply because it's over. That you made double your money. That $5,000 put is now over $10,000. So, putting $5,000 down was a little less. So that's why I didn't do it. Yeah, that gets the idea behind buying a put versus shorting the stock directly, because it's a bit safer. Now, let me see if I can find this in YouTube. Maybe have money. This is a bit short. Did you ever see the short I made? I thought it was funny. It's all a little clip that you've probably seen, but Are you ready for this?
Rip it and rip it. The Fed is going to be lowering rates, so get your money out of T-bills and put it all into waffles. Tasty waffles with lots of syrup.
Waffles! Buy waffles!
I think I look cute in that video format. Listen when you get the screen. I told you waffles wanted to be. And that's what happens. I like the thumbnail I made too. I think I saw the headshots pretty cute. Excuse me. Are we done? Oh yes, a nice stupid short. Everything's awesome. I'll probably just copyright your parts like that because YouTube is stupid. Japan 20 scripts. An interesting person. I know what I can do. Let me see if it's a better list on my own. If my stone just pass more. History. Doesn't go back so lost. Those damn shorts. Yeah, I like watching shorts on these like space things, and my history's full of them now and pushed out stuff I wanted. One more missing. Morning. Wait, history on here. If the top-list version of a mad scientist would tell. Before you discovered me, I was making funny videos like this. So, this was so surreal. Here we go. See what this says. So what I was trying to do is I was trying to figure out how to do all these cows because I was trying to make meat or whatever. It's supposed to be a funny thing. And then I broke a thing to like access it, and then they started doing this.
What the hell? These skates! No! I don't!
And then they just start shooting out the little hole like a gun.
Oh my god, they're shooting out like a gun!
Yeah, what I just said right there is shooting out like a gun.
Oh, now they're getting... Oh, that's because some are drowning. Some are drowning.
There's so many of them, they're pushing each other into my lava buckets now. You can see them burning up. See, there's like a lava lava, and they're pushing each other into it.
Here we are.
So you see how it normally looks. I think I turned a bit. But yeah, I can actually play this game and I can actually show you my
They skate.
Yeah, I did. You can kind of see it. When I move around, you can kind of see the flame drop. That's why I was laughing. So, whenever I go near it,
Oh, now they're getting... Oh, that's because
there's so many cows in there, the reason why I went to kill one was because of that issue. Like, every time I went near my house, all of a sudden the frames would drop. I'm like, I can't play like this, no, I need to kill these things. So I was trying to figure out how to kill them. And then they leaked out and caused a whole mess.
Here we are.
Oh, I actually said that again.
Some are drowning.
So yeah, I can show you this place what it looks like without all these guys. But yeah, you see the lava here and then pushing each other into it. They have little tower trends to catch lava for like that furnace power. So the way this game works in Minecraft, I don't know if you play Minecraft, but the way this game works, you can have you can use the lava buckets to like smith things. So using lava buckets is a way to get power essentially, and every once in a while these cauldrons will collect the lava and you can scoop lava out of them. So that's the purpose of those lava cauldrons. And the cows, there's so many cows, eventually they pushed each other into these lava cauldrons. I talked about from them, they started like burning up. When you kill a cow burning like that, you basically get an automatically cooked steak. Like the steak is already cooked for you because they got cooked in lava. I don't know if it's not how Minecraft works, but that's what was happening. Looks like these are recovered itself. That's just interesting. Damn, I didn't expect it to that end eventually. Damn. Yeah, it just opened up and blasted. Yeah, so I like Minecraft, so I'm watching gameplay. Did you ever play it though? There's this number. It's okay. It's too lost and this. I had a friend that said, I don't know what you were saying, and I'm like, well, there's subtitles to it. I could probably someone else told me this one, so he trade is like, you will accept our credits, and I'm like, no, and then he trades like, you will accept the credits, and I'm like, no, credits don't work on me. You might, you think you're some kind of Jedi wave your hand like that? Wait. I learned how I get done doing this. When I'm like, you think you're some kind of Jedi waving your hand like this? Yeah, go away. Why is this? They're not. I'm confused. Let's follow. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, and the Nintendo ad said you would work out nicely so far. So, listening to this, it's like quite amazing. It's a big. I'm like psychic. I'm not joking. I'm not got to daily. My ad was literally on this day. What year? I is like 68. I had like 68 on this day or something. And then look, next day it's 11 hours. And the day after that, which is the 8, it's now like what's going on, right? These are 30-minute kills, not daily, but yeah. But yeah, let's see, a couple days ago, I'm like, I have more to Nintendo. 1060. That's it to $11. Added. About 80. Now it's $12. What? Do I work as the valve? So, we go on the daily. It's been hanging over $10 for a long time. Yeah, for like a month. I'm like, okay, like $10, I'm just gonna buy it here. Keep in mind, I sold around $23 here. And I'm buying it that year. The thing is, the reason for this decline is actually AI related, because the the AIs drive up brand prices. On that, Slack market's like, no, you guys end up having to manufacture switch tools for higher prices because of RAMs over zones. And they're like, oh my god, RAM pricing might not be expensive no wax. They'll buy the stock no way. So this video I want to show, it's kind of related to this actually. Now it's like totally signed it. Recipe. I know. I think call up the Slack area help them. What's I do this? I try to find that thing. Oh, my account's going nuts right now because of this Nintendo thing. Zam is up, so I'm actually noticing that a little bit. It's not up too much from yesterday, but it's up enough where it's affecting me. And I just a little bit, not much. But all that together, it's like, yeah, I'm definitely causing the tumble. Fucking with partner. Corey's actually a smaller position now, but that's again enough for it to feel like they. This being lowered overall with this thoughts and that. Yeah, I want to and I can't find it. Whoa! Okay, I found clowns. So I went to the YouTube history and finally found what I was looking for.
Massive day for the unemployed.
So here we go. So the history to Firefox is some pretty lacking.
Massive day for the unemployed because the AI bubble collapse has just begun and
So the thing on the ones I want to give before sign-ups, I don't believe in a go for actual collapse, but I do think there's gotta be some kind of price correction, and I don't know the extent of what the so-called collapse would be. I just don't want to be involved in it, so that's why I invested my net with them. So keep in mind when watching, because I don't fully hate the idea of the tool. Well, outside that, I think it brings up some good points on why I was saying up on stocks to begin with, and what we might be seeing as well with these RAM prices. See the RAM stock. This is a collection of all RAM stocks right here, and it's going down. And you saw it on the daily. It's been selling up for a while now. So, then, last month actually, almost a month ago. This video will give you some insight on why that might be.
Meerkat is not predicting that. Meerkat is reporting it. It started this morning while you were still asleep, which to be fair only narrows it down to before noon. In the space of a few trading hours, over $1 trillion was wiped off American stocks, and more than half of that damage came from just 6 companies, the 6 that were supposed to be the safest bets in the entire.
So you can see why the clocks that actually did lose a lot of value, and even the overall market, I consider this as well, even Cologne. The thing, the overall market, I actually got some of my blue a long time ago at 680. So it's under my sell price, way back here or something. And like 2 months ago, something like that. I sold this around 680 around 2 months ago. And it went higher, it stayed higher for a while above my sell price, non-scratch block. No, into affecting and the overall averages too. Let's keep gambling back. And even with that, my account's hitting all-time highs. I'm not joking. So, isn't it so? That gives you an idea of how much I was staying away from this.
Boom. SpaceX, the biggest stock listing in history, has now erased more than $1.2 trillion of value, falling 13 of the last 16 sessions. Korea's stock market dropped so fast, the exchange had to activate an emergency brake and freeze the sell orders. And the most famous stock picker on television is now telling anyone holding data center stocks on borrowed money to sell at the opening bell and never look back.
The ironic thing about that is, that guy he's referring to, this is really hilarious. Let's try into. Okay. The guy he's referring to. It's not fun, will it? We're playing really funny. This is why there's a meme out there to embrace this guy. Stupid one now. I'm on the one that this will take a while to go back a couple days. Well, maybe 2 days ago, I think. I'm just for 20. What took more? We learned how to get on better managers together. Can every brand like Hulu? My Brazil, what even that one? Like let's see. Not by right near. He tweeted, Intel's the one, right? And everyone's meme? Yeah, Kramer, exactly. Because I'm the mother thing to think. So he's like, Kramer's like, he's the one. He tweeted it out at the steps worldwide. And then look at everyone's like, Intel's pursuing a lawsuit against Kramer because they killed Intel because it didn't been nothing but selling off since then. Kramer foretold the crash of the AI bubble on Intel. That's a nice talking out. Let me talk positively about it. So, he actually made a tweet about all your data center related stuff. That's what he referred to. When inverse Kramer made the land, I don't know how great of a track record that has, but it sure does have a point. I need to explain why.
The most crowded, most celebrated, most borrowed against trade in the history of markets has cracked straight down the middle, and it cracked for the most humiliating reason imaginable. Meerkat will show you exactly what snapped, why it cannot be unsnapped, and what falls next. And don't say Meerkat didn't warn you. Let Meerkat explain. Consider this an emergency update. Normally there is a gentle bit here, some small news from Meerkat's cozy little life before the finance begins. Cancelled. This video was not on this week's schedule. Meerkat was halfway through writing an entirely different one when the alerts started arriving, and by the fourth alert he had binned the draft, wheeled the whiteboard back out, and started typing with shaking paws. There was no time to brew properly, so Meerkat has made tea using hot water from the tap. From the tap. He is aware that is a crime. That is the severity level we are operating at. You get 3 parts, delivered at speed. Part 1, the bloodbath, what actually happened. Part 2, the 2 knives, because this crash has 2 blades and everyone on television is only talking about one of them. And Part 3, the unwind, what breaks next and how you watch it happen from the couch, which is fine, the couch is where you were going to be anyway. Part 1, the bloodbath. Start with the number, more than $1 trillion, gone from American stocks in a matter of hours. To picture a trillion, imagine $1 million, and then imagine it 1,000,000 times, and then imagine none of it belongs to you.
Tech stock specifically. Like I said, my guns are all-time highs.
Which, for once, requires no imagination at all. Now here is the detail that makes this sell-off different from every wobble that came before it. Roughly $500 billion of that damage, $541 billion, came out of just 6 companies. And they were not the meme stocks, they were not the frothy little startups. They were the memory chip makers, the most profitable, most celebrated, most institutionally owned trade of the entire AI era. Nvidia down almost 5%, roughly $300 billion vaporized in a session. SK Hynix down over 9%, 95 billion gone. Micron down about 5%, 82 billion. Western Digital and Seagate, another 38 billion between them. And then SanDisk, down double digits on the day, and now down 47% from its June record. Its shares have collapsed from over $2,300 to under $1,300 in a single month. That is $170 billion of market value deleted from one company in 4 weeks. A month ago, SanDisk was the poster child of the boom. Today, it is the chalk outline. And towering over all of it, SpaceX. When SpaceX listed on the stock market, it was the largest debut in financial history, hailed as the crowning moment of the entire era. Since then, it has fallen in 13 of the last 16 trading sessions from a peak of 220.
Yeah, this is exactly why I want to buy a put in this company, because it was overvalued and they actually have scheduled offerings. And I don't understand why anyone thought this was like a how great company to buy stock in with these prices.
5 down to around 113.
But as you saw in the video last week explaining all the problems with SpaceX, that's exactly why I didn't invest in the first place. I knew about everything in that appeal paper. And like I said, I don't think he went in much detail about the Twin Oslings. The one guy that we watched. So that's another thing with SpaceX. So what Twin Offerings is basically their plan to issue more spheres out in the market to dilute the current value of the current shares. Expect to see video owned.
That is more than $1.2 trillion of market value erased. To give that a shape, SpaceX has now lost the equivalent of one entire Tesla. A whole Tesla, the company, not the car, deleted from the scoreboard in a matter of weeks from a single stock.
And it's funny you put it that way, because Tesla itself is way overvalued as well. So even an overvalued company lost another overvalued company in market cap. What?
While the television kept saying the word resilient. When the flagship of the boom loses a Tesla and the response is a shrug, the shrug is the story. Nobody shrugs at $1.2 trillion in a healthy market. They shrug when they have already accepted it. And understand why memory matters, because this is the load-bearing wall of the whole story. Every AI chip on Earth is useless without memory chips bolted to it. Memory is where the thinking lives, and for the past year, memory was the one part of the AI trade you could touch. Data center returns were a promise, but memory prices were a fact, up triple digits, because the AI build-out was devouring every chip on the planet. Memory scarcity was the proof the boom was real. You even paid for it personally when your laptop got mysteriously more expensive this year.
Yeah, I had to pay for it with replacing my new computer. But I'm in a fine spot with it now because of my dad's quitting short-term.
Year. That was the memory shortage reaching into your pocket, or technically your mom's pocket. Let us keep the records accurate. And the panic is not contained to Wall Street. In Seoul, the Kospi index plunged 8% so violently that the exchange triggered a mechanism with the adorable name of a cell sidecar, a cheeky little handbrake that freezes program selling because humans were dumping faster than the system could process. Understand what Korea is in this story. Korea is the memory workshop.
I believe we watched the video in North Korea specifically. Then was I done? Anyways, a long story short, you have to remember the Korea situation is more about using leverage on top of leverage on top of leverage, and you can be right and even has the time right, but if your sizing is way too big, and that's what you manage, and that's what's looking in the Korea market specifically. has nothing to do with like the companies having smaller profits or anything like that.
Shop of the world, home of SK Hynix and Samsung, and the boom reached all the way down into ordinary life there. Reports describe chip company employees taking out loans to buy houses on the strength of AI bonuses, actual housing inflation in actual neighborhoods, funded by the expectation that the memory shortage lasts forever. That is what the top of a bubble looks like, not charts, mortgages. Quick pause, because you are about to ask why any of this concerns you, a person whose entire portfolio is a loyalty card and a drawer of cables. It concerns you because there is no such thing as not owning this trade anymore. The AI complex is now the spine of every index fund, every pension, every sensible boring retirement product in the Western world. The 6 companies that just lost $500 billion are stuffed inside the fund your household relies on, the one managed by people who described it as diversified. When this trade unwinds, it does not unwind at the rich, it unwinds at everyone, through the pension, through the index, through the job market you are allegedly about to enter any day now. So yes, sit up. You can stay horizontal, but sit up internally. So when the scarcity trade, the proof itself, loses $500 billion in an afternoon, that is not profit-taking. That is the market discovering the proof has a problem. And the problem arrived on Monday morning, from Shanghai, wearing 2 knives. Part 2, the 2 knives. Knife number 1, China just broke the scarcity. On Monday, a Chinese
I play during nights. During mornings like this, I'm trying to trade for money and talk about the stock market.
memory maker called Changshin Memory Technologies, CXMT, went public in Shanghai and promptly rose a cheeky 466% on its first day of trading, briefly becoming the most valuable listed company in China at a valuation around $487 billion. This is the 4th largest maker of DRAM memory.
Yeah, I can't play during these mornings, so I'm trying to trade to make money. On weekends I play earlier in the day though.
On Earth, and it has been feasting, because while the Western giants redirected their factories toward premium AI memory, CXMT cheerfully hoovered up the ordinary memory market they left behind. And there are even reports that Apple is testing CXMT chips for devices sold in China. The demand side of the memory squeeze just met a very large new supplier with a very large new war chest. But the IPO was the small news. Here is the big news, the one that actually detonated the sector. The same day, it was reported that a state-backed Chinese firm has begun mass-producing its own DUV lithography machines. Meerkat will translate, because this is the single most important sentence of the week. Lithography is the step where a machine projects the circuit pattern onto the silicon, like a projector drawing the chip into existence. It is widely considered the hardest bottleneck in all of chip making, so hard that for years, essentially one company on the planet, ASML in the Netherlands, could do it at the advanced level. And for years, the West treated that bottleneck as a weapon. Since 2019, export controls have banned China from buying the most advanced lithography machines outright, the whole point being to freeze Chinese chip making several years behind the frontier, permanently. China's response was to stockpile the older generation of machines, the DUV tools, before the walls went up, and then squeeze them with clever brute force techniques to produce chips far closer to the frontier than anyone planned for. Slower, more expensive, lower yield, but working. The entire Western strategy for containing China's chip industry, the export bans, the restrictions, the whole apparatus, rested on one final assumption. Fine, China can use the machines it hoarded, but China cannot build these machines. That was the moat, that was the wall. On Monday, the wall reported that it is now being manufactured in Shanghai, roughly 5 machines this year, 20 next year, headed to China's biggest chip makers. And in a detail so perfectly timed, it belongs in a museum, the American Congress is currently advancing a cheeky new law to block China from buying the very machines China just started building itself, banning the export of a product to a country.
My long play sessions is Monday night, Saturday all day, Friday night, and sometimes I play on Sunday.
That now manufactures the product. Tremendous work, everyone. World class. The market read the implication in about 4 minutes. ASML fell 7% to its lowest level since June. The companies that make the other chip-making tools fell 5 to 7% in sympathy. AMD dropped over 7. Because if China can build the machines, China can build the factories. If China can build the factories, China can flood the market with memory. And if China floods the market with memory, then every single valuation in the scarcity trade, every memory stock priced for a decade of shortage, is wrong. Not slightly wrong, wrong at the foundation. The AI trade was a bet that computing power would stay scarce and expensive. China just placed the opposite bet, in public, with machines. Now, one cheeky caveat, because Meerkat stays honest even mid-collapse. CXMT cannot yet make the most advanced AI-grade memory, the premium stuff, because that still requires the one machine China has not cracked. The DUV route is slower and clumsier than the frontier tools. So the immediate damage lands on ordinary memory prices, not the top shelf. The analysts are technically correct about that. But markets do not trade the present, they trade the story, and the story just changed from China is contained to China is coming. When your entire valuation rests on a shortage lasting 10 years, you do not get to relax because the flood is arriving in 3. Morgan Stanley is already warning that memory prices peak late this year. The shortage has an expiry date now, and everyone just watched it get stamped. Knife number 2. The demand was borrowed. Because while China was attacking the supply side of the story, the market finally read the fine print on the demand side, and the fine print is unbelievable. The same week as the Shanghai debut, headlines landed about a fresh round of Nvidia deals, potentially worth $750 billion, that revived the ugliest phrase in this entire saga, circular financing. Let Meerkat explain what that means, slowly, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Nvidia is reportedly in talks to guarantee as much as $250 billion.
I think we spoke about this cycle before. We'll not really explain it.
Dollars of financing so that OpenAI can lease computing power from a $500 billion data center project. Follow the money in a circle. The chipmaker guarantees the loans so the AI company can rent the data center so the data center can buy the chips from the chipmaker who guaranteed the loans. The seller is financing the buyer and the whole loop gets reported as demand. It is a bakery lending you money to buy its bread and then announcing to the village that bread demand has never been stronger. And this is not one deal, it is the operating system of the entire boom. The chipmaker has reportedly built financing arrangements across its whole ecosystem, the AI labs, the rent-a-cloud companies, the startups, a family tree of borrowers whose allowance comes from the company they spend it with. Money doing laps of the same track and getting counted as fresh demand on every lap. And the beautiful tell, is what happened to big numbers. A year ago, a giant announcing a $500 billion partnership would have sent everything vertical, no questions asked. This week, when a cheeky $500 billion of letters of intent landed between the chip world and Korea, the professional reporters covering it admitted, on air, that they could not actually say what the number contained. Spending on data centers, chips, investments in future chips? Nobody knew. All of the above.
Imagine buying a Pokemon card for $100, you know? So you have this Pokemon card and another person has $100. And that other person says, "Wow, I made $100, I'll put this on my balance sheet, right?" And then the person that got $100 is like, "Yeah, I'll loan you this $100. And so you can buy more Pokemon cards. And when you buy more Pokemon cards, you can, give me a valuable card thereafter." And they loan you $100. And you go out and find cute Pokemon cards. And you're like, "Oh, I'll sell these cute Pokemon cards for $200. And you give the $200 to the person. And then the person's like, "Here, I'll loan you this $200. And you go buy more Pokemon cards with it." You know, and then it just keeps on going back and forth like that. Eventually, something's gonna break.
Said the executives, smiling. When markets celebrated big numbers, that was the boom. When markets started asking what is actually in the number, that was the top. And the professionals have started saying it.
Does that make it easier to understand this back and forth cycle, by the way? Stop. Oh, we think it's your Latin. Be free as a Christian.
out loud, which is the part that should chill you. The most famous market voice on television spent this week comparing the whole arrangement to the dot-com era, saying he lived through 2000 and does not want the sequel, and telling viewers flatly that anyone holding data center stocks on borrowed money should sell at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And
Honestly, if someone was holding margin on the stuff, I would probably say the same thing. I'd be like, yeah, feel free to have some of your money into it, because you never know, it could be, we call it, over panic of the situation, but definitely not use margin. Oh yeah, but now, get rid of it now, get rid of it now, get rid of your money now.
that they will not regret it. Meanwhile, respected investors are asking the question nobody dared ask a year ago.
Margin is a fancy stock term for saying, take a loan to buy more stock. That's all it means. It's basically using loan money to buy stocks.
What happens to the chip makers' fabled growth if the big spenders ever cut back? Because the arithmetic there is naked. The flagship chip makers' growth exists almost entirely because a handful of giants keep buying, so if the giants trim the spending, the growth does not slow, it evaporates. The honest answer, delivered on morning television by the man made famous for shorting 2008, is that the market on that news goes straight down. His words, straight down. And notice the shape of the counter-argument he received, that the fact people are asking means we are not at the top. That is where the bull case now lives, not in profits, in the observation that people are still nervous, which is apparently bullish. Meerkat has read a lot of financial history, and that particular argument appears in all of it, always in the final chapter. Even the optimist's defense has become an accidental confession. Their argument is that the spending will continue because the bond market is still willing to lend. Sit with that. The bull case for the biggest trade on earth is no longer that it makes money. It is that the borrowing is still available. The hyperscalers are reportedly running out of free cash flow, some already negative, funding the build-out with debt, and the Federal Reserve meets on Wednesday with markets genuinely split on whether a cheeky rate hike is coming, with a war pushing oil prices around underneath it. An empire built on cheap borrowing, heading into a week where borrowing might get more expensive.
This is why I titled the stream, by the way. There is a Fed meeting today around, was it 2 Eastern? Something like this. And I'll tell you what the result of the meeting is, if it's gonna be a hike or not. Originally, it's supposed to be a cut. You know, maybe it's like started this year, they're like, oh yeah, we'll cut. And now it's more like, do we hold the rates or do we rise them? So, if they rise them, the market's not to like that at all.
Expensive. What could possibly? So put the two knives together because this is the whole video in one paragraph. The AI trade needed exactly two things to be true. Scarcity, forever, on the supply side, and real demand, actually paid for, on the other. On Monday morning, China put a knife in the scarcity. On Monday afternoon, the market looked at the demand and found the buyer's money was the seller's money wearing a hat. That is why this is not a dip. Every previous sell-off attacked the price of the story. This one attacked the plot. Part 3. The unwind. Now for the conviction, and Meerkat is not going to hedge this into soup. Bubbles do not end because one day goes...
With margin you can't. And if it goes down too low, you're forced to sell. That was the whole comment of the watching that Korea video.
Red, they end when the story dies, and this week the story died. Not the technology, the story. The one that said computing stays scarce, prices stay high, the spending is real, and the debt never comes due. Every leg of that story took damage in the same 48 hours, and...
So say you loan someone $100,000, right? And then they're like, you know, I'm using this money to buy stock, right? And the stock goes down to 500,000. You'd be like, no, you're selling that stock right now and giving me at least 500,000 back. Because I don't know if you're able to make up the other 500,000. So they live under the chaos to make that up, or they actually sell the stock. That's how my humor.
That is why the selling behaved differently this time, why the exchange in Korea had to freeze it, why an 8% plunge in Seoul needed an emergency brake, why the biggest IPO in history is falling most days it opens. The smart money is not debating anymore. It is leaving, and it is leaving through a door it is holding open for you to walk in. And underneath the dominoes, a slower, colder current. The rest of the world is not waiting around to find out how the American AI trade ends. Europe is actively swapping out flagship American tech providers for homegrown ones, with French intelligence reportedly moving a decade-old contract from a famous Silicon Valley firm to a local company, part of a broader continental push to stop outsourcing critical systems to America entirely. The best customers are not just nervous, they are redecorating. When your biggest clients start building their own version of you, the growth story has a leak in it that no earnings call can patch. Here is roughly how the dominoes stand. Memory prices roll over first because supply is coming and everyone now knows the date. The scarcity premium drains out of every chip stock because the premium was the shortage. The borrowed money build-out then meets a lending market that has stopped being generous. At the exact moment the Federal Reserve is deciding whether money gets dearer. And then comes the sentence. Some chief executive.
Yeah, what happens to the Ankle is just why they Chinese now. Maybe Latin's roots, maybe they'll hold it, maybe not.
On some earnings call announces they are slowing the build-out, the market cheers the discipline, and every other executive on earth receives permission to quit at the same time. That is how the trillion-dollar spending race ends, not with a bang. With applause for the first deserter. And if you think the giants would never blink, remember that they are no longer spending their own money. The build-out runs on bonds now, and bondholders do not dream. Bondholders read covenants in bed. The moment the lenders want a higher price for the money, the visionary...
Here's something else aside, Jerry, disclose about investing in medical science. So, usually big hedge funds or whatever, big investing herself ones like trillions of dollars, manage money. When they're selling all this tech stuff, they have to put their money in somewhere. So, if tech suddenly comes doesn't kill anymore, what are they gonna buy? They have to put their money in somewhere. Might as well buy some Pfizer.
discover discipline with remarkable speed, and discipline in this market is the pin. While that plays out, 3 things to watch. From the couch, your natural habitat, and, let us be honest, your legal address. 1. Watch SanDisk's earnings on August 5th. The company at the center of the crash reports first, and its forecast for memory prices is now the most important weather report in world markets. 2. Watch the Fed on Wednesday. This entire edifice runs on borrowed money, so the price of borrowing is the price of the bubble's oxygen. And 3. Watch for the rallies, because they are coming. There will be enormous green days. Headlines will declare the bottom is in, the dip was a gift, the crisis is over. That is what every collapse in history has looked like from the inside, a staircase down with a cheeky rally on every landing, each one designed to pull the last hopeful money in before the next leg lower. Do not be the last hopeful money. The people selling to you this week have names like Pension Fund and Sovereign Wealth. When they are the ones leaving, you are not early, you are the exit. And so we arrive, as we always do, at you. The great irony of today is that the safest person in world markets right now is the one with nothing in them. No margin loan, no data center stocks, no leveraged bet on scarcity. You cannot be margin called on a beanbag. Trillions of dollars of the smartest money alive is currently trapped in a burning theater arguing about which exit is fastest, and you are outside on the pavement at midday in pajamas, financially untouchable. Somewhere right now, a fund manager with 3 houses is having the worst week of his life, and you, a person who owns 1 fork, are completely fine. The market has finally produced a game you cannot lose by locking you out of the casino at birth, not because you were wise, because you were broke. History will not know the difference, and Meerkat suggests you never clarify. Meerkat is not telling you to buy anything, sell anything, or short anything, and if you are trading any of this with borrowed money, Meerkat is not telling you anything at all. He is lighting a candle for you. Meerkat is not a financial advisor.
Yeah, that's another thing. If you're messing with margin with this stuff, you're playing with buying grade. They're really the commodity soon. But yeah, if it's me, I'll be like, no, you don't want to use margin with somebody. Definitely not gonna be able to sell some cash. Me personally, I've been buying up some condo with my profits.
Meerkat is a small animal with a whiteboard, a phone that will not stop screaming, and a mug of cold tea he has decided to call iced tea for morale. Please do not sue Meerkat. Like, subscribe, and go tell the household you live off that you predicted all of this. They will not believe you. They have met you.
I predicted it for a long time. That's what I mean, basically. Numbers not mine. My number's not mine. I can show the same picture. I have to edit it because I don't want to dash myself. So, this purple line here is my trade account. And it's going against the major averages. So as you can see, the purple line is the highest marked. So you have my account, Ford 24% for the year, S&P 8%, Nasdaq 5%, and Dow 7%. So flat for the full year. And the thing is, they already took away some of it. Okay, so the way dividends work is that you actually deduct it from the share price itself. I get that money back in like 2 months from now. So it's actually a little undervalued compared to what it should be, because of that I'm waiting for that dividend money to come back. So my point is basically to see my town make a new all-time highs without that money is actually pretty amazing. You won't be able to see it for a month, and who knows if everything's still up months now. It's usually when you go usually when you approach like October, stuff goes down. Especially if they raise hikes today. If they raise hikes today, everything's going down. And what do you think about all this information? So the thing with the China RAM thing, the thing is, I still think there'll be a shortage for at least some last 6 months of the year. And the reason being is they still need time to like mimic the good stuff. Like as long as they're increasing the RAM supply demand, like for example, say China's willing to buy the cheaper chips or the cheaper RAMs, that means there's a bit more supply going around that actually want the higher demands, the higher end chips, right? Like I said, oh, I want my computer to have the very best. I want my 64 GB laptop, right? So, they will still have the expensive prices because that's for the expensive RAM. My price only go down in the next year or so because they're like, oh, there's more RAM going around, but you still want these high-end RAM. So my point is basically there's two different tools are supply and demand. So one pool supply demand for the cheaper end, right? They're like, I just want my amount if it's the cheaper end. And then the other supply and demand, they're like, no, we want the best RAM. We want the best RAM. I'll still pay the $1,000 for the best RAM. I want the 64 GB best RAM, so I'll pay the $1,000. But eventually, supply and demand will meet again. That was about a year. In about a year. So this is reflected with I still think this is reflected with the positive reports that we seem like Rams have. Yeah, we get tonight, which will be very interesting. But those four guidances won't be there forever with the increased supplies of the higher end and the lower end. So eventually those guidelines will decrease. But for now they're still up. And there's another thing into the mix. I actually wanted to play this video yesterday, but I kind of distracted with the swoop thing. Do you know anything about the new tariff policies? Cause those will affect prices too. Okay, so I'm gonna clean this video. Oh yeah, this new. I think when we talked about tariffs the first time, I even signified that even with those tariffs made illegal and they have to refund some of those tariffs, you still gotta fight and impose tariffs through other means. And this video would detail them.
Partner that.
Hey everyone, it's Richard, watching The Plain Bagel. We're back to being a tariff channel, baby.
If you name me turn this up a little bit, let me know.
Will be imposing a 50% tariff on certain Canadian imports, set to go into effect August 19th under Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. The first ever recorded use of this section by a U.S. president. Hey, Richard from the future here with more breaking news. Things just got worse, with the U.S. announcing yesterday that the country would be imposing an additional 10 to 12.5% tariff under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974 on 60 different countries, including Canada. Countries that together basically represent all of them.
So when the stock market first started going down, I thought it was because of this, not because of tech issue supplies. So I'm like, yeah, it'll rebound. But it's not affecting the stocks I'm focused on. So.
America's imports, with the U.S. accusing everyone of failing to enforce bans on imports of goods manufactured with forced labor. Now, this 10% tariff does come with a CUSMA trade deal exemption for Canada, so arguably less impactful for this country compared to the 50% tariff news. But in terms of the U.S. as a whole, much more far-reaching of an update. So I'll come in at the end of the video to give more updates around that. But for now, I'll let past blissfully ignorant Richard explain the new 50% tariffs we're seeing with Canada. This news follows just a stream of concerning updates regarding trade between the two countries. In July, on Canada Day of all days, the US announced that it would not be renewing the USMCA trade deal, also known as CUSMA here in Canada, which doesn't mean it's canceled, and so far the US has stopped short of pulling out of the agreement, which any nation can do with 6 months notice, but it does now have to be reviewed annually up until 2036, which is when the agreement expires. And
Oh yeah, that's another thing why I'm a little shocked. Because Trump was talking about this pre-openly, about we're gonna charge Canada because of the fires, me. I thought that would be a little bit more coming to y'all now.
of course, there's been the fires. A swath of Canada's forests are currently ablaze, with there being nearly 1,000 wildfires across the country, a good chunk of which are concentrated in Ontario, which has severely impacted the air quality in Canadian and US cities, with Toronto, New York.
This actually affected me. The funny thing is, right when this was like max issue with the air quality, that's when I went out to buy my laptop. I'm like, I didn't know it was this bad.
And Washington, D.C. being labeled as having the worst air quality in the world on Saturday. All of which, to of course fix the issue, prompted the US president to threaten more tariffs. Thanks, pal. Super helpful. But to be clear, Canada's wildfires are not the stated reason for this new set of tariffs. Instead, the Section 338 tariffs have been imposed for what the US deems to be discriminatory trade practices from Canada in 3 specific areas: automotives, alcoholic beverages, and cheese. Yes, we're seeing the term dairy being thrown around a lot here, but this is specifically about the cheddar, which there's a very important reason for that.
Cheddar. Me
Now, the
watch your
tariffs, which
shoes.
were announced via 3 proclamations on Monday, July 20th, actually followed a number of other announcements and proclamations from the same day. One where President Trump dubbed this week, July 19th through
I would like
25th,
to ask.
Made in America Week. Another where the president issued an executive order pushing defense supply chains to tighten up sourcing of critical materials from certain foreign countries. And a third announcement of a plan to cut aluminum import tariffs in half for companies working to onshore production. But there also being news announced after this update that Trump plans to impose a 100% tariff on generic pharmaceuticals in 2028, a levy that would actually increase thereafter. But of course, the announcement that's most immediately impactful is this 50% Section 338 tariff on Canadian goods, which will impact products regardless of whether they fall under CUSMA or not. Which is important because under this trade agreement, roughly 90% of Canadian exports have been able to enter the US duty-free thanks to the trade deal. Now, the Section 338 tariffs, which as mentioned only go into effect August 19th, are one of the few tariffs that don't require a formal investigation or review, and they can only be imposed up to a maximum of 50%, so we're seeing the tariff maxed out here, in cases where a foreign country discriminates against US trade, thereby putting it at a disadvantage to other trade partners. So it's not fentanyl, Canadian aliens, or retaliatory wildfires. Instead, the US is citing trade barriers that it faces that other countries don't necessarily when exporting to Canada. So, what are these cited trade barriers? Well, the most obvious one is around alcoholic beverages. In March of 2025, all the Canadian provinces and territories halted the purchase, distribution, and retailing of US alcoholic beverages in retaliation for the tariffs imposed on Canada. You see, the distribution and sale of alcohol in Canada is pretty centrally controlled by provincial crown corporations like the LCBO in Ontario, which act as a middleman for most alcohol purchases. In fact, they are the sole primary wholesaler and a top retail outlet for alcohol, with it being one of the only retail locations for individuals to buy alcohol in a few provinces. Although we've recently had some easing there, with provinces just recently announcing plans to allow consumers to direct order from producers in other provinces. And so when the trade war first started, these institutions, which exert a lot of control over alcohol sales, started pulling US products from their shelves, effectively implementing.
Missy, I think I found it.
What is the source? Oh, that... We must go find the source of it! But what is the source? Oh, that's easy. Blame Canada!
Blame Canada! Blame Canada! Blame Canada!
They're not even a real country anyway.
We must...
and that's what I was buying this.
A ban on U.S. alcohol sales, with only Alberta and Saskatchewan lifting their bans in June 2025. And according to the White House, this has had a devastating impact on U.S. alcohol exports to the country, which have dropped 81% from 2024 to 2025. So because the US was specifically targeted here and other countries have actually increased their exports of alcohol to Canada, it's being highlighted as one of the discriminatory trade barriers.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So what do you think about
The second trade
Canada exporting their smoke? We have to deport the smoke. We have freeze it in ice and deport the smoke. And we'll tap the smoke. Why, taxes?
Discrimination is around automotives, where in April of 2025, Canada began charging a 25%
Yeah, I know,
surtax
same way.
against passenger vehicles and certain trucks originating in the US that do not qualify for preferential duty-free treatment.
The reason why I was saying stuff like that, because I think it's kind of ridiculous to be out there and say, oh no, we're not charging more tariffs because you're wildfires. But the thing is, there's no nuance here. The thing is, there's the specific ways to managing a forest so it doesn't burn like that. And I think that's what Trump is specifically criticizing. I dislike some of the things he does. He does kind of have a point with this, but I don't think this is the right idea to address it. It's like, no, I don't think it's a good idea to tap Canada these things. Like, you can easily negotiate something before pushing the big red button. Like, can you not be power hungry for once?
Under the USMCA agreement, with even compliant vehicles being charged on the value of goods that do not originate in Canada or Mexico used in the production of the vehicle. So even if
So that's the thing. He's kind of right to an extent. That nuance is lost with the extreme actions. It's like, what? Yeah, you have a point, but going so far. I'm like, no.
if a car sold by the US falls under CUSMA or the USMCA's requirements, any percentage of the vehicle that comes from the United States will still be charged that 25% tax. Now, Canada has granted some relief to certain US producers, largely based on whether they're committed to continuing producing in Canada or not, which is mentioned in the proclamation. But again, because it specifically targets US producers and other countries actually saw automotive exports to Canada increase during this period,
And they're not because the ones with the dairy thing. It's like, yeah, you can adjust the dairy thing just on its own. Not having this over circumferring tabs and everything. Like, lower down the authoritarianism. Holy crap.
the US labeled the practice discriminatory, with the order highlighting that the surtax has resulted in a 22% decline in imports of US motor vehicles to Canada. Finally, there's dairy, which has long been a contested issue between the two countries because of Canada's supply management of the industry. Basically, the country limits how much producers are able to make in certain dairy products, and that extends to how many imports are allowed into the country, with Canada implementing tariff-free quotas, whereby only a certain quantity is allowed into the country, after which prohibitive tariffs are charged on imports. While America agreed to some tariff-free quotas that allowed it to export dairy products to Canada duty-free under those amounts, it's still been a contentious issue for the two countries. But those broader grievances aren't technical.
And the other thing is, I just thought of this. The other thing is that having like drawn cards like tap or whatever, it can be like, okay, we'll allow this much of goods free, this much is just a little bit because we think this amount's unfair or whatever, but we'll let it pass anyways if you pay a little bit more for it. So like, kind of like aggressive tax system. Let me ask, the more they go over the limit, the more they have to pay. And sometimes the best. Instead of dealing with hard camps. That's just me.
What's at issue here. Instead, the U.S. is specifically citing cheese as an area of discriminatory trade barriers. You see, in the U.S., under the Kuzma trade deal, only processors and distributors are eligible for allocations of tariff-rate quotas. Retailers who sell cheese directly to consumers aren't themselves eligible, meaning U.S. stores can't really sell cheese into the country. But under the EU-Canada CETA trade agreement, cheese manufacturers, distributors, and retailers can all qualify for Tier 2 allocations, which again, the U.S. has taken issue with, given that it faces different conditions. So those are the reasons cited for the latest round of tariffs. Now, in terms of how these trade barriers are impacting the US, the automotive sector is by far the largest category here, representing about $25.9 billion US dollars, according to the White House, which alone represents 7.4% of total US goods exported to Canada and roughly 6% of total exports when you include services, whereas both alcoholic beverages and cheese see less than $1 billion worth of exports from the US to Canada. But in terms of America's response to these trade barriers, the list of products is much more broad. In the proclamations announcing the tariffs, there are 3 separate annex documents that outline all the products being impacted here. And you can see it's a fairly long list, with some notable examples including plywood and other wood products, fabrics and clothing, milk and cream products, wine and other alcohols, certain machinery, hockey helmets and sticks, furniture, toys, wigs, tulip bulbs, and bones treated with acid.
Find the right fuse for your job. With thousands of options delivered fast to match exact specs.
Oh my
Keep
god,
systems running smoothly.
no.
Call
Advertisement attempt.
Great, there go my weekend plans. Now, there are a number of key product categories exempt here. For one, any product already subject to Section 232 tariffs are not subject to this additional 50% levy. So in addition to a few other categories, that includes timber and lumber, steel, aluminum and copper, and automotives and auto parts. There are also exemptions for articles of civil aircraft, and the White House has explicit...
The thing is, more specifically is very tariff sensitive because the way the Ford works, it'll like complete all the car, ship it to Mexico, Canada, wherever. They'll part of it, then ship it there. And it goes across the borders a couple times actually, like a building process. So when they have tariffs like this, each direction is tariffed against. So this is why Lord ended up dropping to like $8 last year, because they these tariff situation really hard at. Oh shit. Look at them. This was 4-7. This was so like 15 months ago. And after playing Lions Report, it went up to $16. Wow, this tells me, I'm much bored anyway. The tariffs is not affecting it as much. Now, I'll probably go back around 13 or so by October, but still. It's been... At least the point of showing this is, at least the tariffs are not as bad as they once were. But I would like them not to be a thing at all because it's just making everything cost more.
Exempted some other important categories, including energy, potash, and certain other goods like fish and critical minerals. And all in, U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer estimates that the tariffs target $20 billion worth of Canadian goods, which would represent roughly 5% of Canada's exports to the U.S. in 2025. Now, the severity of this tariff on each of Canada's industries really varies by product, and given the slew of things covered, we don't have time to dive into the implications for each of these businesses. But for some big ones like dairy and most alcohol, the impact will likely be nominal given that only a small fraction of domestic production is sold to the US. But for spirits specifically, there's a pretty meaningful impact given that over half of sales for distilleries come from south of the border. And other products like plywood and a number of other wood products likewise rely on the US for a good chunk, and in some cases, the majority of their sales. Now, these tariffs from the US are being framed as a reciprocal response to so-called Canadian discrimination against US trade. But it's worth noting a few points on the three different areas being targeted here, at least in terms of justification. First, regarding auto parts, the 25% Canadian surtax was itself a reciprocal tax intended to mirror America's own 25% Section 232 tariffs on auto parts and automotives imposed.
Oh my god, we're gonna tap you. Music carrying what? We're gonna get a host, we're gonna tap you on. If you're gonna tear us off, so we're gonna tap you more. Tap. Seriously, since last year, she made me hate that word so much.
In May of 2025, which itself charges 25% on non-US sourced components for USMCA compliant vehicles, with a Canadian tax effectively designed to try and offset this impact. All of which is probably why the response to these Canadian taxes actually don't involve automotives themselves, because America is already charging a similar tariff on Canadian auto parts. Secondly, regarding cheese, this isn't the first time America has raised issue with Canada's TRQ system, with the country arguing that Canada has unfairly restricted its access.
Seriously, you could probably play some kind of drinking game about taking a shot every time you say tap and you'll end up dead. Like a Trump speech or something.
To these TRQs, thereby preventing it from fulfilling the full amount of quantity it's allowed to sell to the country duty-free. However, there's already a formal review process as part of the CUSMA agreement for rectifying these issues, and there have already been 2 panel reviews on this topic, the first of which ruled in America's favor and resulted in some changes, and the second of which largely sided with Canada. Now here, the focus on cheese is because the US is arguing its disadvantage due to Canada having varying trade conditions with different trade partners. But for one, the US itself has very different trade conditions for different trade partners. Prior to Trump's Liberation Day tariffs being deemed illegal, the US had actually struck a deal with the UK to allow for tariff-free aerospace products, tariff rate quotas of steel and aluminum, and favored rates for automotives that would have been better than what Canada was able to export to the US for. Now, progress on that agreement has stalled since the US now is exploring other tariff regimes, but you get the point. There's already been this precedent set for varying trade conditions. The US isn't really one to cry about favoritism here when that's kind of been the name of their game the past 12 or so months. Secondly, while the European Union might have better access in the cheese category, which is sizable at about 41% of Canada's total dairy imports, the US is still itself the single largest exporter of cheese to Canada, representing over a third of cheese imports into the country. And the reason the US is only talking about cheese here is because that's the only category that's given access to under the CETA agreement. The US has much broader access to Canada's dairy market as a whole, making up roughly 3/4 of butter imports, 81% of whey product imports, and representing nearly all of Canada's milk imports. Now, alcohol is probably the area the White House has the strongest argument for trade discrimination under Section 338 law. And it's going to prove a difficult issue to resolve. As mentioned, the actions were largely taken at the provincial level, and provincial premiers haven't been all that receptive to the idea of bringing back US alcohol. The ban also has a lot of public support, with one Nanos poll finding that 73% of respondents believe keeping US liquor off store shelves was the best path forward for provincial governments, and another showing general support for boycotting US goods and travel. Now, in response to this tariff announcement from the US, Prime Minister Mark Carney issued his own statement whereby he highlighted that many of Canada's moves were merely matching the measures from the US, who violated the CUSMA agreement with its own tariffs in 2025. 2025, with the Prime Minister highlighting separately that the government would consider all options for response if the tariffs go into effect in August, but as of the time of recording, we haven't seen the specifics of what Canada would retaliate with, if anything. Now, given the history of taco trades, there are some who believe this tariff won't actually end up going into effect, that they're simply designed as a negotiating tactic to remove some of Canada's leverage.
You know about the acronym for taco? All of y'all have this job. But especially on Tuesday, they'll be like, Taco Tuesday, Taco Tuesday.
US, who violated the Kuzma agreement with its own tariffs in 2025, with the Prime Minister highlighting separately that the government would consider all options for response if the tariffs go into effect in August, but as of the time of recording, we haven't seen the specifics of what Canada would retaliate with.
What's it stand for then,
if you
know what it is?
Taco trades.
Taco trades, yo! Yeah, you know it.
There are some who believe this tariff won't actually end up going into effect, that they're simply designed as a negotiating tactic to remove some of Canada's leverage in trade talks, and we could see Canada make some concessions to try and undo this announcement. Trump, for example, recently was able to get a revenue sharing agreement with Canada for its new Gordie Howe International Bridge after Trump got upset about the project for some reason. However, even countries that have made concessions to the United States haven't seen much reciprocation to date. So we may not see Canada really respond with any sort of concession until there's further progress on trade talks, which might take a while. While there are active talks between Mexico and the US, and Canada and the US are in touch, so far we haven't seen any material progress. Alright, so that's the Section 338 tariffs. As for the Section 301 tariffs, these tariffs followed an investigation by the Office of the US Trade Representative that concluded in June, whereby the US argued that these 60 countries, Canada included, failed, quote, to impose and effectively enforce a prohibition on the importation of goods produced with forced labor. As for the evidence behind this, specifically for Canada anyway, the USTR argues that the Canada Border Services Agency lacks transparency and has a much lower interception rate for shipments compared to the US, with only 2 shipments being prohibited entry into Canada over the past 6 years, compared to over 6,000 in the United States, which America argues allows Canada to be a dumping ground for re-exports. Now, in Canada's case, the country is one of the few that have committed to further strengthening its ban on this type of import, which is why the country is only subject to the 10% tariff, whereas other countries have been subjected to the 12.5% tariff where there's no commitment in place. But nonetheless, America argues that Canada's actions on this commitment have fallen short, with this 10% tariff being in addition to the 50% tariff under Section 338. Now, compared to the 50% tariffs, which are applied to a specific list of items, these are broad tariffs with a very long list of exemptions. You can see here the document listing everything out, a lot of food items being excluded, but at a high level, they again include exemptions for Section 232 tariffs, or those sector-specific tariffs, information materials, donations, unaccompanied baggage, oil, gas, fertilizer, and other raw materials the US can't sufficiently produce domestically, and again for Canada and Mexico, products that fall under the USMCA or Kuzma trade deal. There's also commitment to add tariff rate quotas for certain textiles and apparel for a certain list of countries. And while these tariffs are additive for certain countries, for others, the tariff is charged net of most favored nation tariffs. Now, as big of an update as this is, it was largely expected. Trump had already expressed an interest in re-implementing these type of baseline tariffs once his initial liberation.
Yeah, so that court ruling went down. He immediately said, we're not finding other ways to kill.
Day tariffs were struck down earlier this year, and because of that June investigation report from the USTR. In fact, this is what past Richard had to say on all this before this update came out. It's likely the first of many tariff announcements to come, as the US now again implements a new tariff regime under different sections of US law. In June, for example, the US concluded its Section 301 investigation that identified Canada alongside 59 other nations for failing to effectively enforce bans on importing goods made with forced labor, with the US Trade Representative proposing an additional 10% tariff on Canadian goods as a result of their findings. Also, with Trump having dubbed this past week Made in America Week and arguing that the US is the only country to effectively enforce its forced labor bans, it does just seem like another excuse for the US to get back its sort of broad-based tariffs. Yes, I think we can all agree forced labor, bad, don't like that. But it's questionable whether that's the real motivation for these tariffs. Trump has seemingly stopped caring about the less than 1% of fentanyl that comes from Canada ever since the Supreme Court struck down those related tariffs, all of which suggests that even if countries take action on forced labor, it's not going to result in the US rolling back these new tariffs unless a trade deal is announced, meaning forced labor bad, unless you cut a deal with the US. Anyway, we're starting to get more information about this additional tariff, but I wanted to quickly touch on the high-level information given how impactful this new announcement will be. But with that said, I'll let past Richard carry us out. So that's where things currently stand, and we'll have to wait and see how trade negotiations progress and whether these tariffs end up actually coming into effect or not. Thanks for watching. I hope you found this video helpful. If you did, please do make sure to like, subscribe, all that good stuff. It does help the channel tremendously. And let me know your thoughts on this new announcement out of the US regarding Canadian exports. Thanks again for joining, and as always, be safe out there.
Everyone everywhere is building.
Anything surprise you? And we got it up. New voice. Oh, I'll just explain the task, but when you get back, I can explain them. Thank you for coming. I wait this is in a couple hours. Are you done this? Hey. You will put the cake. Are we your height rate? Are you height the rate? Yep. Oh my god, I was forgetting some rose back with book. Cooler cores. They're my cooler cores. You can't have my cooler cores. Chicken breast Cuda, I like Cuda. Keto Cuda, I want waffles, waffles. Linger thought before the moon would be nice. Moon. 今 There's a small chance for a raise, but the majority is still leaning at applause. Something unusual happens this chart. Well, dramatically change the equation Hilarious. Since I'm trading spreads, I'm still gonna try to learn. There's a small loss to incur, so be it. But I really want to surpass my goal, like just from the day before. So there's that. I think it's worth pushing to come across this with I'm already over my goal, so I can wrestle a little bit to reach the ultimate goal. Oh my gosh, we can send. Let's see where I'm at right now. Yeah, I have enough for it. Three minutes. We're almost at 3 minutes before the primary decision. Maybe try to get a trade or two beforehand. Listen. Big right decision. Yeah, big right decision. Because they can't. There's a chance coming. Queen. Back up. I'm not being 78 credits. What? I have to go so long. 1500yen. Yeah, we both can. Okay, so the market likes no chairs. So we have no chairs, so the market likes it. Or specifically, no, shut up a little bit. And buy them. We have to buy a couple pennies. So there's no change in the rates. the 3% wanted to raise the rates. So there's more sentiment to actually raise rates than before. So I'm trying to see if this will let me buy the spread at 6.8 or 6.9 because it's a little cheaper. Should let me buy at 6.8 and 6.9. I do not want 70, so it's making me sell at 7.7. I'm not trying to set this time. 10歳単位を多分3神は5What? This is... look at this. Apparently, the Bay market for him to say good afternoon is wrong. The flag is up. Present projection dollar. 1 cent. Good afternoon. There. Now you should be able to see it. Yeah. Short it, short it, short it, short it, short it, but. If he says good afternoon, the market's gonna tank 2%. I think the quick change evacuation comes from Medalla. Give the value of my clothes. 会 not drag I guess yeah. It goes from this to this. It's gonna take a while for the pulse to adjust to that. market doesn't want you to speak. Is it that? The market's like, no, don't speak. No, you're gonna ruin the fun. No fun allowed. Let's see. Good afternoon, does the market think? Guys, speak now. Tell you what,
With Potbelly's Pick Your Pair, you choose from hundreds of pairs for whatever you're craving.
Oh, we gotta take the market. Says they stand up there. Oh, there he goes. The monkey gonna do.
Good day.
Uh-oh, he said good day. No, he came for a second. He didn't say good day. Okay, go. Look at go.
Call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission-focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as
he
you
didn't
know,
like
our
that.
committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive
The
resilience.
machine didn't like that either.
Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals,
He said there the forbidden word. He said uncertainty. That means they sell the
that's hard to
stocks.
shake. That the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We've begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks, or
Does
by
the
a
market like
single
that?
month
Is
of
it like
modest
a
price
inflation?
decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties
The market
and
likes that
delivering
kind
on our
of.
responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. 2 economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last
mean,
meeting
it's
42
a naughty
days ago.
one. Back if sold it
Nominal
up,
and real
right next to
yields
the
are
something
materially
naughty
higher
one.
across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information. And the reduction in forward guidance may have
It's
benefited.
funny seeing the market react
Market
in real
participants
time
are
to
learning
his
to play the ball,
actual
not the referee.
anymore.
And market prices will continue to respond.
So we
in
can
the
see how much
direction
this
and
guy
magnitude
moved
they
the
see
market
fit.
just because of what he says.
This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal. And where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech capex has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates
He said something about AI.
20%.
Does the market buy it up?
This is
Oh,
helping
the
to
market
sustain
likes
the
it.
healthy
The
momentum
market likes
of
to talk about
manufacturing.
AI.
More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important, is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First,
he said that you were
we
risk.
talked a lot about the
Because the market like
implications
risk now.
of the past 5 years of high
Do you like
inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years. Strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related
You said the naughty word tariff, and so
These
go
differ in
higher.
their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business capex boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they
He's
are
hiding
under the right
place from
Finally, we discuss
market
monetary
now.
policy tools and strategies
We don't want inflation.
for
We
achieving
don't
stable
want
prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how
ask
very
the right
much
questions.
depends
3
on getting
ways
the
the
right
rank.
answers.
It's more
Of course,
question we
you've
share.
all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Uh-oh. The Max handle Pagey with these questions.
Take our questions.
Why answers no?
You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
So I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting.
Market there right
The
on going
message
to
for markets
questions.
is the message for markets. What I've
It's
really
like,
been trying
well,
to do,
that's out.
Steve, as I think you
Uh-oh.
appreciate your
It might
colleagues
be like
appreciate,
it.
is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message. Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves what does that mean about our remit. How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. It's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, or we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets
We
are
love the
talking to you,
training.
what do you hear them saying?
You like the green
And
bars
if
go
its
up.
real rates are higher,
Woohoo!
it would suggest that that's
The
where the
bars
funds
go up.
rate ought to go.
And up and up and up.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, it's your question. So, interpreting the markets is an imperfect business.
Joel,
We central bankers like market pros can think these things are overdetermined.
We
but
gather
let me
funding.
offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor market's solid, steady. The bond market, the treasury market,
wait,
seems to be saying
something
that as
went
well.
out.
If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those
I
same
think that
things.
can explain
That's
it,
why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals
Then
and
go
in
up that
reals.
much higher.
Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
unlock abuse, but okay.
Claire Jones,
Cool,
Financial
yeah.
Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterise the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We sort of hide from them, we're scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard. We have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against inflation.
I'm loving it as a micro.
So in 2 words, not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares.
You're not questioning the market. The market's real now.
The historic problem with data dependence is the data.
If they like what you say, they go up.
We are not relying on any one individual piece of data as cover, or as an excuse, or as validation. What I care
You want
about
your money to be worth more, right? Then you want the market to go up and make them say nice words.
Encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead. But I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data, which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. Suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate, inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help
you
inform
watch
our
that much
decision
too for
making
me,
when we meet
since
in 7 or 8 weeks.
do what you need to do.
Characterize of
The slides
family
they
fight the last
green
couple
bars
days
by
of you and the
increasing.
other 8 members who wanted to hold. Was that a strong conviction, or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus Titan?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of
the vote
agreement
was
on the hard
9-3. What do you mean you think?
The 4
You should
questions
know
I
what the
raised
vote
at the
was.
outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our
The market's really
capabilities?
like what's going on now.
What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their
I have to
inflation
agree with
target's
this.
somewhat
In not
higher.
getting back to 2% inflation
What I've
rate.
heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we made
The
some
reason why I'm
progress
not
on that.
talking
I am not
much is
suggesting
because this
we're
is actually
done on
live.
that. It's worth
I'm broadcasting
reiterating.
up his live
And
chat.
ultimately, the
So,
business we're in, Colby, is performance.
Yes, yeah.
We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. What we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effects, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions, and I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is.
I'm debating to sell my part and just buy
more
more buys at this special. I'm not sure.
If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that.
Some boy to buy more in the
Financial
condo
prices in this
too.
intermeeting period,
Is that?
they didn't pause. They reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No. But I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. Well, how do you look at the speech that you're going to make on this?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. They matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, so I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with
My overall net is going crazy.
In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a
I
check
can't believe
back
it's
in.
higher again.
I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
So let me go back to first principles, Nick.
You ain't say publicly yet,
that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order, but really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference,
cake went up to
we've got a
$100.
reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy.
Like
We're
12%.
inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is.
So, nearly
And
high.
in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business capex in around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
Where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more about the risks, the tactics?
So I'm going to let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last
This is
few
what
days
happens when you
was
fight
overwhelming
planes and keep
agreement
buildings, the
on
plane sat
objectives
goes
and
down.
authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us, they weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to
He
make
wants
the
to
best
surprise the
decisions.
market, that's a lie.
Almost everything else should be in service to that goal.
He makes
By
money
not
surprising the market.
spoon-feeding
It's
markets,
like, I'm
by
gonna
not
short the
previewing
market
our decisions,
because I'm not
by
higher
not sort of
rates.
giving
And then like
nudges
I
and
expected.
leans. My colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we were saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. So surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So I'm not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast, we don't want your dot, we just want your reaction function. Part of me hears what we really want is your forecast. What we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker,
We have a
especially
problem.
a central banker where
So all you have to do is message the
labor
president and
markets
say,
are
hey,
more or
I have a
less
problem and we need to talk.
any central banker,
And then they would have
he
the
or
plans
she
about
sees
how it should heighten the
underlying
rates.
inflation moving higher,
And they'd be like,
he or she is more
yeah,
inclined
I do
to
a
tighten
full
belts.
point of
Again,
heightening
when
the
you've
rates.
achieved the other side
So you
of your
better
mandate,
short
and
the
you
market.
see underlying inflation falling. is more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people
Make
to
sure
not
you tell your
continue
family.
to cry for more.
We all short the
Because
market.
the truth
We
is,
buy
for a
all the
very long
parts.
time in a
All
lot
the
of
parts.
countries, coming
Yeah,
out of
we
the
buy all the
2008 crisis, we're in crisis mode. We were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. In crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all that information, so I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy, but our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Thank you. When you talk about a 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
So I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every January outlines a statement of purposes and strategy. And in that strategy document, which I believe was dated January of this year, it describes a measure of PCE inflation as the objective function there. I have enough of my own, so that's our number, we're sticking with it. Who knows, come after next January, what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more. But to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without
I thought you was
fully
never
revealing
on
my cards,
actually increase the target.
I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science.
The market in right now.
I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Just make my plane swipe. Really my plane into.
I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is,
take the debt away
what are you waiting
because
for?
no one has to pay taxes.
So, believe it or not, this press conference is not all
Be
I've done
honest.
today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools.
Monetary policy is to make more money, more
that we have at our
inflation.
disposal, and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty? So the decision we made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine.
as a
Me
point
love
estimate
Jewish,
at
don't
this
you
very
love
moment
Jewish, don't you
in a
love
choice between two
taxes on
alternatives.
inflation?
You heard the results of it.
My
But I would
slaves.
tell you that this discussion was far more
I want my
robust,
Blizzard to cost
and
$10
thinking
a
about
piece.
how best to achieve that target is advanced. And over the coming months, I expect it to be advanced much more significantly.
Don't you
If were
love
to sort of-
$10
if I were to
Blizzards?
steal a follow-up
Or
question, I won't let
$12
you move to giving
double
it up. If I were to
cheeseburgers?
steal a follow-up question,
You want your $12
well, what's the
cheeseburger now?
world think about what you've done?
Yeah, I'll love a
I would
$12
again reiterate,
cheeseburgers.
what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not
And
just
then we
about what
make
we
minimum
do in the
wage
performance business.
$20 an hour.
And so,
And then
so
that
if I
cheeseburger goes
look
up
at
to
the Treasury
$15
curve,
because now
if I
memory
look at the
is
dollar, if I look at a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets, I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks. But we're
Yeah,
going to
you
deliver on
use
the
your magic
responsibility
wand
that
and
Congress
take the
gave us.
getaway. Amazing.
And today's
Skill
meeting and
issue.
the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as well and ask what vetting did you do of the people that you appointed to the task forces? In particular, given Mark Andreessen's
You're right,
substantial
Mike,
political
don't
spending,
say.
$25 million
No,
in just
we
the
don't want
past
my
year to
attention.
back candidates
Yes,
who
you want my
oppose stricter
attention.
AI
So that we can
regulation.
take care
How
of the
can the public
debt.
be
Yay,
confident
take
that
care
a
of the
committee
debt.
he
More
co-chairs will
inflation.
provide an independent assessment of AI's economic
That's how you
effects
do with
rather
the
than
mind trick on
one
the
aligned with the interests of the
population
AI industry?
and terrify
So
inflation.
I selected 15
Inflation, the
incredible
solution
subject
to our
market
debt. More
subject
inflation,
matter
less
experts
debt.
to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick
That
people
means you
with
leave it.
extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses. Impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job. We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion the last 2 days gives me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes, and they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period, and that has given us, that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information. Not a determinative source, not a perfect source, but if we're trying to land the plane and deliver 2% inflation, and we take a very useful source of information and we get it all fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary, I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys, but if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information, I think in a relatively short time.
Hello, I'm Lurking. Is that you and your name? I'm Lurking.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC
nice to
News.
hear.
So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates,
Let me
no
try to
forward
message her.
guidance.
He hasn't
The
been
average
answering me
household, I
lately,
guess,
so I don't know
what
if it can
was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that.
You really? Wow, that's
Between
amazing.
now and year end, my predecessors and
Well, if you ever
others
need
have
help
committed
reading,
to press
I can try.
conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year.
May there's
that might
a
be news to the people in this room
text to
and of
speech
no
image
particular interest
caption.
to your viewers and your readers back at
You
home.
want like look at her? Yeah, that
what
makes
I can
sense.
offer
Now.
as assurance is that the Fed's on the case. That this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day. And I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Well, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple of days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy. A keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that, so we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us.
Woohoo,
So
I did
want
it.
to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
I'm glad I made that much. I have taste for it. No headset, actually. Took this chance for the money to pay tomorrow and pay 2,000 or something. You still there? I think you missed a question of mine. It looks like Morietta is done.
Meet FDA standards with unmatched management accuracy, full gauge controls, the smart choice for real-time efficiency.
See that? Let's move on. It's morning. Okay, got my outfit is nice and matches like nothing. What's the rage? My leg can't die last a month. Yeah, it was unplaying. Can't stay out with for us through the mouth. Why don't you do next time? Oh. Six. Market them like a calorie or the fake jelly. why is someone raising price to 4 to $20, yeah? It's like last year. Why lowering the price tag to 10 is real? The 30-year yield about 5%. Still, I'm hearing September high chance went down. It's like 90% chance of the next one. I'm way past my goal at this point. I'm just trying to make a lot next year. As I wait for like earnings on anything. Now I'm allowed to take a break. I'm just curious. Since I want to purchase rings and stay on, I think I might as well just train killing dragons. No, we'll have crystal to come. Yeah, we'll. SpaceX died again. Not surprised. I just noticed my telephone today, and if I get like 2 more trades in, I should be able to hit another breaking point. Ooh. I mean by that, like an even number, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40. So that's on the type for it. So I have another major point of interest to break. I'll see if I can do it. We got 8 minutes. Can I do 2 or 3 trades now? I know I need more than one now. I might be tuning. We'll push it as far as we can. it. I did it. Make your beat. Well, I'm really happy today. I made a lie. Yeah, I'm gonna transfer some of the tokens in my headset. What's my Best Buy box registry? I'm ready in your headset. Wow. We're gonna watch Meta. We're spooked with everything's set when we talk and we can. So for Madoka, like, come on, dude. So. Yay, 12 logins! That's the piece we need. So I'm making sure everything's complete before we watch Meta here. So then taking Meta. And then yeah, I would definitely buy Meta here. I expect it to go up higher, but you never know. We'll see what Meta will do. There's a bear case for Meta. It's they're like the other companies where they're like, we're spending too much on AI. It was with Green for a second, so please some resume. Wow, something happened to Meta. Yes, I was wrong. They like ride time, apparently. Huh? I think I saw that. Meta. Uh-oh. It's bound to make up. MSFT. Oh, that's unexpected. I said to... Marty likes maca sauce before it. Recently, how's Melo after it's still down? Oh, it's going on more. Red. Meta had used mess is why. Yikes. Oh, I am. Well, I was extremely volatile in the aftermarket too. What did that? I sold off something. How's Microsoft doing? Is Microsoft doing? Ah, it's on the bottom. So this is actually an interesting price for Meta. It's a little under support. Right now you basically buy support. But wait a little support. Yeah, it's taking back off. Whoa, that's insane. It's back to 550 now. Whoa. I think that's all it for all the earnings that I pointed out. So we can cool. Remember. That's what it looks like. Wild. Back up to you know. It's still higher than what I sold it for. Yeah, I went from like $73 to like $76 to make like $200 off of it. That's still way over what I sold it at. Wait, I didn't even claim the thing yet. I won't. No. Oh, there's another one, Starbucks. I didn't point this one. I didn't point this one on my slide list, but apparently it's young guy thought the term in a court. So I thought you could point out, Bill. Go, Starbucks, go. I'm gonna be super back. You want better super back. I feel blown up since that long and matter. Yeah, I really have a faith in Broadcom and all. My motto's the last, but my money on to have some kind of go higher because it's on there's a 600 support thing. Like 40 to 600 bucks. So for these, I actually don't. We haven't been touched on like when these coaches go away. I'm surprised they have something close to this 10,000 list there. Is this the Metro's one or like no? But there's a way to like have a boost. Like well, you see, I have all these apps. So let's go back to that, Rita. 890. I think 890 is the English probably. Yeah, by far 890 is my second audience. Oh, it's because Momo colored him. You want Miss Green Phoenix? Thousand. Yeah, let's max out 52. This one's completely maxed out because, let's see why. So, like, the freebie, you automatically get it. Moving to get the line over here. Well, now, I want to show. I actually did some improvements on that AoE girl. I want to see it. I want to see if I can actually do a low scripting. I don't know if I can. But I'm sure I can break the score event thing. Let's go for super. Let's try to see my difficulty. I don't know if... I don't know if I can make a... swing... Let's shoot the... So it says water, dark... and boring. Looks like I don't have a layout for that. I'm surprised I deleted it. I do want to just reset this. This is supposed to be an all 5. I was leaving this slot for like all 5. I'm reading on this myself test for that. I guess I can clone this file. And clicks. So now let's figure out which one do I delete. Looks like I leave this one. I'm out to drop this one's. All I want is to delete it. This one. Trophy to me. So what can be this? So what we're gonna do? Let me put Lolly buffer. We'll do the Lolly bus one. And this buffer. It's weak against water, so we can't use her because it's not weak against white. That's the issue. So, what do I... this meeting. We're going for a strict 10 minutes, so... It's... Yeah... It's easier. No! We'll do a search for Buster. You want Buster buffs without buffers, so we can buff Lowy buff super buffs. We need super busting. Not do the super busting like. I know, John. I guess this is all I can do. Shooting with spammers. Yeah, why not? I use her a lot. Why not just matching with them? Someone else needs to be maxed. I'm guessing she's because yeah, she's a Buddha. Max. Yeah, okay. So we'll try and see what happens. Now, I don't understand this. Like, why does it go back to 42? I selected 50 for a reason. And now I changed my party. This is so annoying. And let's shall restart because she's doing it to the wrong. She's doing it to the tap, which I don't need anymore. I'm just gonna show you for me. And this supposedly gives me more speed or something. Now the question is, can I live through long enough? We shall soon. Well, she's in breaking. Or... Let's send this here to break it. How did you mean? Like I'm clean. I'll try one time doing it like this. If not, we're gonna have to change tactics. We didn't try that dart that touched blade that's really annoying. I forgot to use my they call it special here when it allowed me the first time. Whatever, it's this one long. No, can't break them all at once. 12 difference. Crash now users button. Chances are she gets special, yeah? Only my DPS can survive that way, that's my brain. So that's too many off elements, I guess. What we can try? I'm trying the section. We can try this. Try this. See if she's better AoE than the one. Let's see. I think she checks first. And then might be somehow. I'm not sure unless I want to do mosquito roll. Oh my god, I break it just in time. Now the question is, do I have enough damage? Maybe? Ooh. Yes, we do one more of these. Damn it! I didn't hit the button quick enough. What the frick? Now see Ella. Well, at least I can do it. This does very quick. And do I use one more damage? She does that to me too, don't feel bad. I said you do that to me too, don't feel bad. Okay, I can't do that this year. I'm gonna try to do this. There. Yes. Oops. Oh man, running. I like the first 20. Let's see. Let's try this first one. Damn it! I'm cooking off. be a special here because I gotta make sure I break in time. Do damaging block platforms here. Yes. Get to break. Essaying to this video. Do I special now? Wait, nah, right, well then. So I don't know if I can generate it. Make sure this defense down effect zone. I'm gonna do this because it will allow her to refresh her alt. Okay. Yeah. Okay. With the Baker record. Remember the record here. Super damage. I show you how to make super damage. This allow 50. This allow 50. Let's go. Let's go do this. Here's some more damage. Super damage. Come on, quick. Give me a big record. Big damage. Big record. Big quick. Big. Yes, I did it. I killed the 50. 25 million. 25 million damage! New weapon! Like in unleashing when you play Smash Brothers. Nah, I gotta... What? Nah, I mean... So when I edit this, I'll be like, a new restaurant. Let's rough my hair. Yeah. This is so weird.
Ready? Go!
was oh my gosh. Ooh, I staged my new record run before I had a few buttons, so there's that. Oh shit, let's go find something to raid. Kaya, banyo man now. Problem. When I say hi to my little chili friend, and right when I raid, I'm just say, I'm sorry, I have to go feed Bunny, so there's that. So yeah, we gotta tell her I got feed Bunny. So say happy luck to each other and be like, yeah, I'm going to see the Bunny luck.
Dog once.
Base is under attack.
Hello, Momo. Welcome, everyone. Meow. I'm Lily. I'm the cute. I'm a cute cat from the void. I hope you enjoy your stay here.